Evening all, how are we all doing?
Hey everyone.
We have a Claire. She's actually joined me in the office today. It's a once in a month opportunity. That's why we're a little bit late, because our stuff didn't quite work. Now is half working, so we're getting there. Good to see everyone. Right, okay, so as always, quick look at what I've been doing, which has been not a lot. Oh, hang on, why is that black? Ah, there we are. For some reason it completely lost my monitor, but there we go, found it. Yeah, so I've been working on a presentation that I'll be giving on Saturday at PitCon. Just putting some final finishing touches to it. Claire's just sneezing. I'll share this when it's done, so you can all have a look at it. But essentially what I'm going to be doing is a talk on how we built the galaxy, how all the code works, why we did it the way we did it, and all of that fun stuff. It's probably going to be really dry and boring, but that's my job, so what can you do? Which means I haven't actually worked on the game at all for the past couple of days. I've just been working on this and doing some research. So tonight we will be doing bug fixing. So we have the issues list here, which is only a single page now. We're down to one page of issues, so 45 bugs, not too bad at all. Some of them are big ones, some of them are silly little things. So for tonight's stream, I'm just going to cherry pick a few that I can fix easily. The ones that take a lot of thinking aren't great to do on stream, so I'll pick some easier ones. And while I'm doing that, Claire will be in a multiplayer game on our internal debug build, and she'll be working with our backers to find some more bugs for me to fix, which is all good fun. So I guess the question is, are you up and running? You're in game? Got your serve in?
Yeah, and other people.
Great. Okay, so our multiplayer session's up and running. I suppose I might as well join it as well. As you can see, I've been playing orcs with Claire. We do love killing some orcs. Shall I get in there before we get too many players? found one already.
Exactly, Chandler became me.
Oh, that's an interesting one. So your host.
Yes.
Oh yeah, they are both you.
Sit in the chair.
Hang on, so I am me, and I'm you. Hurrah! Oh, that's new.
Oh, I knew there should be more me's.
Oh, there's another you. Why are there so many yous?
That's not a bad thing.
Oh, and another you. Oh.
Sorry.
You have to laugh, because if you don't laugh, you just curl up in a ball and weep. Okay. Right, I know why. So, what it does, and it's interesting that it's doing this on the server. I suppose it would be doing it on the server side, wouldn't it? Right, so the chairs are not loaded for clients. The chairs only exist on the server. And when you get in a chair, it loads the local customization save to make sure that you have the correct customization and it's correctly you when you sit in the chair. So of course what's happening is it's loading Claire's local customization save because she is the host. So yeah, so it's obvious why that's happening, but the reason I made it work that way is because we had a bug where sometimes when you got into a chair it would load nothing at all and it would just be like a naked person. So my fix for that ultimately made things worse. So, hurrah! So, what people need to do is just press F5 and they'll go back to themselves. I'm assuming that works, isn't it? Chair. That's interesting. Why didn't it make that? Oh yeah, there we go. Now I'm you. Pressing F5 will restore yourself. Weird. Well, we have quite a few full ship. What is with your floor colours?
I've had it like this for so long now, I didn't even realise.
I mean, look at the state of this.
Hang on, I'll make it pretty.
You should do all black resin floors, because they do look nice. Actually, you can verify that I've fixed that bug where it resets.
It's happening with this. And that's what's happening with Interbox as well. So for some reason it lets me from just milliseconds and then it stops.
Press enter. Press enter again. And you know, right now press F3. Yeah, I think it was your chat box that was messing you up. Ah, there's always something, isn't there?
Yeah.
There's always something new.
Oh, okay, I've done it again. I didn't have the chat box on.
Okay. It's just taken control away.
I am round with that.
Sure. Press F3. Press save. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, the stream is usually quite delayed. To be honest, 8 seconds is on the quick side. Normally it's around about 10 to 15. Oh, that's interesting, Christus. I wonder whether or not you losing control is because a client's joining. We can have a look into that, see whether or not that's happening. Because what I've done on the code where the pawn is possessed by the player, I've put in some checks to make sure that it loads all the correct customization stuff. And what it might be doing is doing something with the possession, where it's messing up some control inputs.
Sure. You also can't use each. Got the empty box.
Right.
That's all missing.
So in the chat box,
Yeah.
I can't press H. I can press H.
I don't know what's going on.
I think it's just you.
Let me do it. It's 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. Hey Fens, we're doing a bug fixing stream. Well, at least the replicated movement's nice and smooth. Something's working, yay! So how many we got here? We got... Oh, I see. No, I think there is something up with the chat box, to be honest, because when I'm trying to tab to see who's online, it's tabbing through the chat channels, so I'll have a look at that.
To use it properly that time. But not when people are dreaming.
Yeah, okay. Oh, sorry, Chad. Well, try and do it more often, then more people can get in on the fun. They are always a bit chaotic, to be fair. Like people being sucked through the ceiling. Claire keeps saying I should take out Ragdoll because there's a lot of problems caused by Ragdoll, but it's just so funny. I don't want to take it out. Okay. Right then, so let us have a look at some bugs, and I shall leave this game to unleash its chaos. Right, so the first bug I was going to have a look at was this one. So star systems on manual sectors are showing us 0 light years away. We're on our test map, yeah, so we can load that up real quick and have a look. Hey Archer, how you doing? We're doing a bug fixing stream, which is why my colours are mad and my FOV is mad. That's interesting. Why is that not going on the resin? Oh, I know why. It's because it's my test map. Right. So long range. So we've got distances to the stars. We go to our manual sector, and all the stars are listed as 0 light years away. So the other thing I need to do with the manual sectors is I need to angle it so that it's locked to the center of the sector, because the idea behind that mode on the sensors, and I've renamed some of this in the tutorial now. So rather than having a focal point at an actual galactic coordinates, if you move to a manual sector, then this will be the actual sector ID rather than galactic coordinates. So you're looking at a set sector of space rather than a specific grid coordinate, which explains why we have like a full sector's worth of stars. Just loading the star classes in order rather than measuring their distance to the ship. So I think what we'll do is we will grab those distances and then organize the list accordingly. So they'll always be organized by distance to the ship. Hey astronauts, yeah. PitCon's going to be streamed online, so if you keep an eye on PitCon and the Burpit, they'll be streaming it with all sorts of cameras apparently.
So I'd put it in announcements in Discord.
Oh, okay.
Get the link and things, because I wasn't entirely sure if they were.
Sure, yeah, I believe they are. But yeah, we'll announce it when it happens. We just restart the music stream a minute because it keeps skipping. Oh, I know why. So, because Claire's hosting a multiplayer game on the same connection I'm streaming on, it's causing a little bit of lag. But sure, that's going to kick everyone off. Maybe, actually, it's a good test. Can you switch connections mid-game?
What can you? Which one's better?
You. It's easier to restart a game than it is to restart the stream. Okay, so we grab that UI. Oh no, that's the tutorial. We've got two transparent layers on top of each other, and it's difficult to select the right one. I think that's the one we want. Right, so long range there.
Everyone was kicked.
Yeah,
I was sleeping. Everybody else was kicked.
it probably stopped the session, so you'll need to restart the session.
Sorry, people.
Yeah, for anyone that was in Claire's game, just rejoin. She's now on our landline.
Start the same one up.
Okie dokes.
Okay, game's back up.
Okay, if you didn't hear that, Claire's session is running again. Yeah, if you go back to the main menu and then go back to multiplayer, that will kill any active sessions.
Welcome in, Paul. Starting to worry then.
I'm just following the breadcrumb trail back here a little bit, just to see if I can gather where we are losing those distance measurements, and also where it's being ordered. And I think it's being ordered right back at the beginning on the Galaxy Gen, so let's go and grab that. So we're calling a single sector there. We're not adding any sorting or measurement details. So we kind of need to do this really. I'll see if I can make this work on the background thread, but I'll do it on the game thread for now. Right, so we want to stick that in there, and that's going to generate our filtered locations list. We need a duplicate of this because we're stripping out anything that's further than our culling range, which is no good for a manual sector because we want the whole lot. So yeah, get rid of that one. Let's see whether we can use this. It might not be happy with it because it's running async, but we shall see. so we're generating a single sector. We're sorting that array by distance. We're rewriting that struct. My only concern there is that's not a direct reference. It might not update the struct because of that reference, but we'll see. And it broadcasts that out. Some debug spam. Let's make sure it's actually firing that. Okay. So it's doing the sort, it's just not updating the struct. So I'm going to have to make a container for that temporarily. Do I already have one? Must be using that reference somewhere else. Okay. Got a single sector instead. Right, so if we store that as a variable, then do the sort, and then we can grab that. Hopefully that will work as a reference then. Still seeing 0. Okay. Right, so the other thing we can do, if we break that a sec, get our locations, and then we change that. So that make that an array. So we should be sorting the array. And what we can do is we can set that there on that. Yeah, because we're taking the locations, saving them separately as an array, sorting that array, and then passing that array back into the struct, having been sorted. That is assuming this is actually doing a sort, of course. Doesn't look like it is because they're still in order. Okay. So just to sort my curiosity, if we clear that, so it wipes out all references in the array. See whether that comes out cleared, because then we at least know that the struct is being updated properly. Yeah, it's on the list, Scorpio. One of the many things on the list. Right, so we're definitely updating the array because it's coming back clear. So, which means that the sort is not sorting. Why is it not sorting? That is the question. See, that's fine there. I'm hoping it's not because we're doing this via a blueprint interface and it's not giving it the time it needs to perform the sort, although it shouldn't be continuing until it's done that sort, so that wouldn't make a lot of sense. So just out of interest then, let's if we get the first object in the array, what should we pull out? Let's put distance. Well, actually, you know, what if all the distances are 0? Because that could possibly explain what's going on. We're not actually measuring distances when we do this bit. You know what, that might be what's happening, because if we're doing that here, we are, aren't we? Right, okay. Yeah, that's the problem. So when we generate galactic sectors normally, we're doing this filter function where we strip out any stars that are too far away to make sure we keep the data small. Otherwise, we've got like 30,000 stars in the list, and you can't sort 30,000 array items quickly. But of course, that's where we're also doing the measurement for the distance. So we need a copy of that that's not actually doing filtering. So if we take that and duplicate it, we'll just have this output an array. So we want to grab each object, assign a float for the distance. We probably can skip that. We just want to update that. Yes, we don't need that bit. Don't need that bit. Don't need that. We just need to drive that into there. Don't need that. Don't need that. So that should update all of the distances. Right, so this is going to slow this down. So before we set that, we want to pop that in there, like so. Now it's actually got something to sort on. Okay. Aha, distances. Okay, so that is all of those. So that should be essentially everything in that sector, and if we hop to a different sector, there's a bit of a delay while it does its measurements, especially with that one. It's got like 6,000 odd objects, but they should all have a valid distance. I think what we'll do is we'll do like a UI element that just says something like scanning, that will allow us to do the generation in the background. Yeah, so we got like 9,000 odd locations on that one. So we are generating a lot of data. That's basically all the data in that sector of space. You can see that chunk there is because that's the direction that the Gaia probe was looking in. Right, if we start going up a little bit, significantly less stuff. So we're now going up out of the galactic plane, which is why we're suddenly getting up much less in the way of stars. So kind of into the halo there, so there's very few stars. And that last one actually, I think that's a globular cluster we've just found. Hang on, let's check that one. Oh, how I did that, wouldn't it? Yeah, showing it in the thick disk, but I think that's actually a globular cluster. It's a very small one because there's only 151 stars there. And you can see that they are accordingly very far away. Okay, so that is working. So the biggest problem we've got with this then is basically the data overhead of having to sort, or rather measure the distance to so much stuff. And one way we could work around that is to cut out LT and Y class stars from the data, because if you're looking at things which are, you know, a few hundred to a few thousand light years away, they're so dim and so dark you shouldn't be able to see them anyway. Seems to be the bulk of the problem there. So if we move outward, oh well, it's even more on that one. Yeah, that is a huge chunk of space. Yes, exactly, Aninani. When we're doing a lot of number crunching in the background, just like some kind of scanning progress bar is all that's needed, just to kind of mask that that's taking place. It is happening asynchronously, so it shouldn't cause any actual lag within the game. So that doesn't seem to be refreshing until you click that, so that's something that's worth looking at. Just making sure that properly changes to spiral arm, yeah, and yeah, an open cluster. Right, so if we, using those same coordinates, look on here, is that same open cluster? It should be the same location on both. Yes it is, because you got O class, hang on. Yeah, we're seeing an O class there. So part of the issue with not centering the data is it's aligned with how far the ship is above the galactic plane, which means you've got this gap. So if we align the manual sectors with the center of the holo display, then we'll never have this situation where the sector's out of view. It only really needs to be aligned with the ship when you're actually focused on the ship, like that. Server still running?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Right, so
Odd little bugs, but to be honest, seems to be stable.
okay.
Not getting very many issues. Which is
That's good.
just different to the multiplayer that we played 2 weeks ago or whatever. it was.
Yeah, but we've done quite a lot of fixing in the past 2 weeks, so that's good to see. So I'm going to try and I optimize this a little bit just by removing the variable from the equation. Just to make sure that does actually still work. Perfect. Okay, good. And again, it will always measure to the distance of the ship. So if you're looking at a sector which is maybe a couple of thousand light years away, it's going to order the list by distance to the ship, even though you're looking at a square sector of space. Which means we can go onto our bug tracker and set this to resolved, which is always fun. It's one of my favourite things, setting bugs to resolved. Okay, next. There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're on the Fanta again this evening. Proper Fanta. Oh, thank you, Climber. Much appreciated. Oh, that was my email. Sorry, everyone, I left my emails open. And I didn't set myself to Do Not Disturb on Discord. Always doing that. Right, what else? Right, yeah, so this is an annoying one. After you've scanned a location, some of the target labels, so you've got the nav target name and the labels out of the window are not changing to reflect the fact you have scanned something. Let's go that for a minute. So let's go ahead and fix that one. So we'll just verify the bugs are actually still bugs a minute. Right, Alpha Centauri. So right now it's unknown everything. We do not know what those objects are. And if we target that, it says, or at least it will say, I expect, unknown. Okay, I need to get rid of the fact it still says Alpha Centauri on top of that, so that's another separate bug. It's just a display error, so easy to fix. Right, so if we Yeah, so let's teleport ourselves to that system a minute. Right, so we should see like a bunch of unknown planets. So literally just that only one in view. There's another one. Right, so those should update to show what they actually are when we've performed a scan. So if we head in, let's go to the medium range a minute and just do a survey. So whilst that's surveying, you'll see that on here they should update to say what they actually are once that's done. I might be able to make it do it while it's scanning actually, because I can just redraw the holo display as it's doing it. Right, so it has now scanned. We know what these objects are, but that still says unknown out the window, so that's the bug. And I assume it will probably say on the target as well. So point the ship at it a minute. So, of course, it's behind planet. See, that's interesting. It's saying two things on there. It's saying both target name and unknown. If we select the star then on there. Okay, so the nav target is saying unknown, and the science target is saying target name. So it is a similar but different bug to this. Basically, the labels are not pulling the data for the scanned knowledge on those objects. So let's see whether we can fix both of those at the same time. Yeah. Ah yes, Dan's test star. Which Claire will kill me if I forget to take that out of the game.
Yep.
She reminds me every day, have you taken it out yet? I'm like, no.
Oh, is that my voice?
Yeah, that's Claire's voice. That's how she speaks. She goes, oh, have you done that yet? Oh, why haven't you done the washing up?
Thanks.
It's exactly how she speaks. Right, so that one should have some labels on it. That's rendering the stars. Alright, that one's rendering the labels. Right, and we're adding that as a child actor. Which does have its own parent class, which could be useful. So what we do every time the ship moves 1 light year, this updates. So we'll destroy all the existing labels, so we'll loop through them and destroy them all, and then we'll spawn new ones. So when we spawn that, we also need to be giving it its scan details, which of course we're not storing there. So yeah, so it means we also need the sensor data. So we should be grabbing that here somewhere. Right, so sensors data, so that's actually the full sensors data. So what we're spawning here, so does that have the same parent? It does. Okay, hopefully we can do this in one hit then. Fix everything all at once. So we need that scan data, so make sure we've got a copy of that here, so that would be on there. So that should be that one because it's not the current one. So it's selected knowledge, which means to pipe that one through. So it's explored locations, which means we need a variable for that one here. We want that exposed on spawn because we need to be able to inform that of it. So if we compile this, refresh that, why is it not coming up? Why is that not getting it from its parent? That's interesting. I thought that would inherit that. I mean, surely it's inheriting the other one. Hang on, what's... So that's the closest stars, that's your target. So it should should have that in here as a variable. Yeah, we got that there. So it's instance editable. It's exposed on spawn. It's not private, so that should be available when you spawn that actor. Is it because we're adding a child component and not actually spawning an actor? Because if we were to go spawn actor of class, space label sensors. Yeah, so we got it exposed there. But because we're adding a child component, it's not exposing these defaults. So that'll be why, which means we need to set that from here. So we cast the child actor there, and then we need to set exploration data there, which means drag that. No, we don't drag that messily all the way through to there. So when we update the label text, so we're doing that on there. So we also need to update the name. Okay, so we're sending a blueprint interface across to that where we're updating the target name. And that's alongside updating the distance code. So there'll be a tick happening there where we're sending that through. So just need to work out where we're sending that through from. So we're pushing that through as a manual function. That does nothing. It's just literally showing it or hiding it, so that's not helpful. Right, okay, so that's where we're firing that through there. So getting an object name from there. This is one of the challenges of using kind of anonymous blueprint interfaces, in that unless you kind of like write down on there what's actually calling that, it can often be a mystery as to where that call comes from. So we just search for it in here a minute. Update label details. Right, so that's where we're getting our unknown from. And that's being, right, so that one is not in use. Which I won't delete it entirely yet, I'll just do that.
Can't put drinks on the lounge tables anymore. How can we all get drunk?
When you say you can't put it on the tables, so it's set to not collide with a pawn, so the tables should not be pawns.
Stand on them, but the props back on them.
Oh, it must have a misconfigured collision channel. Okay. That needs fixing. I was going to say, either write it in the book or F1 it.
Use the book anymore.
Okay. With our branded Starship pens. Shameless plug.
Yeah. Only £1 million each.
Yeah. We're bringing a bunch of these to the convention, by the way, so if you're a backer, hit us up, we'll give you one. Right, so this is our main loop on here. Yeah, so we're setting that from there, which we shouldn't be, because we should be loading that from the sensors data, not that. So where are we setting that from? There, so is that stemming from this? Right, okay, yeah, so in an ideal world, rather than making separate variables for a bunch of this stuff, I mean, this struct already has everything in it that we need, so really we should be literally just keeping a copy of the census data. And ideally that should be replicated as well, just to be sure, because we also want to make sure this is actually replicating, because that's one of the other issues, was that clients couldn't see the labels. Yeah, so we are replicating, so that's fine. So if we just replicate that, and what I might do moving forwards is make that a rep notify, and then move all of this junk into the rep notify, so any joining clients immediately get the update and see what's going on out the window. But we'll leave it at that for now. Right, so that's our stored census data, which should get updated every time the sensors send out an update. Yeah, so grabbing those text fields should be tied into the knowledge level. So we should be doing a match on that. So basically we need to match this object versus whichever star or target we happen to be looking at, and then check the exploration data against that. So obviously that object has that knowledge level, with the ID being the seed. Okay, and then we're building that struct there. That's updating the actual text, which would be, so that would be that we're updating. So that there might actually prove to be irrelevant, because if we are setting that on tick, so we're setting that there. Right, so instead what we need to do is get our census data. And we don't want any of that except the selected location knowledge. This will be the thing that we're currently clicking on, and break that, and then we need to do a match against that versus what our current object is. So it's probably worth macroing that. Get target knowledge level. I can't remember what the cheat was for this. I like my macros to not have in and out labels because they're kind of redundant, but there's something you can type, like whatever I type there comes up there, unless I write execute, in which case it's blank. And there's a similar thing you can do for the output, and I thought it was return for some reason. Can't remember. I'll have to try and figure it out again. Okay, so Selected. Okay there.
Yeah, it's very frustrating, this whole the controls stopping. Every time I try and do something, I want to throw my laptop against the wall.
Wow, aggressive. 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 I've never seen it do that before.
No, me neither. This is the first time.
Is it only you it's happening to, or is it?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know if anyone else is getting as much as I am. It's happening on everything for me.
Really? So you're just losing control?
Of everything, every couple of seconds. So if I bring up one of the Fs to do something, it only lasts a couple of seconds. If I bring up the chat box, just a couple of seconds. And then it goes back off.
Hang on. I'll join you and see whether it's happening to me. If I can get in. Oh yeah, looks like there's a spot for me. Obviously I can't use F3 because I'm not the host. But if I press F5... So...
Yeah, just do it with the enter box, do it with the chat box. That's the quickest result. I'm not trying the characters.
So when you're saying, when you bring up the chat box...
Yeah.
What's happening?
Just type something in a while.
Mary had a little bike. She rode it on the grass.
There you do it.
Doesn't seem to be happening to me. So what was happening?
It just stops, so I can't type anymore. Yeah, so I can't do anything, so I have to press enter again to get it to come back up so that I can carry on typing.
Are you resting the palm of your hand on your touchpad? Because if you like click off of it, then you can't type anymore until you click back on it again. Is that what's happening?
I think so. Don't know. I'll keep an eye on it.
Okay. Okay, I shall leave my message of wisdom and then leave.
It starts with the same thing.
Sure, sure. Hang on. Why is that coming up with a wild card? Shouldn't be a wild card. Weird. I've never had to do that before. Right, so if the ID is equal to the seed, because I don't think we're actually using the object ID yet. So if that equals that, then turn actually no, I don't want to do that. I'll do local integer, and what we'll do is we'll assign that with a value, so that value will obviously be the knowledge level, and then on the return we need that as our knowledge level. So basically we return that. I'll do that obviously off the completed pin, and I think we will assign that a value of 0 every time we run the macro, just to reset it. Just tidy that up a bit. Right, so if our ID matches the seed of the current target, then we definitely want to give it a knowledge level, otherwise the knowledge level remains 0, and that's what we output. So that should be everything we need to do there. So back on here, the object title is essentially redundant. We don't need that. Instead, we will use our sensors data, and then we'll break that struct. We'll get our sensor target. I shall break that, and then we've got our text fields, which we will break. Okay. So those are our different knowledge level names. Obviously, for each knowledge level you have, there is a different name stored, from like unknown all the way up to very detailed. And then all we need to do, which I suppose we'll do here, is grab that macro, I suppose we'll check, do the validity check first, and then we'll run that macro. Then we need to do a select on that, and then quite simply we do 0, 1, 2, 3, and then that's our object name. Right, then we send that through to there, so that's what comes through as our object name. And we'll just update that while we're here. So that object name comes out there. Then we update the label details with our object name, which is on the widget, which is that one there, which we then update the label with. So that should be the full track of things that it's doing, which means we should now have a crash. Brilliant. Hey, three amigos. We're doing a bug fixing stream today. Oh, okay. Yeah. And that is happening to other people.
So someone said, yeah.
Okay. Need to see whether it's just a multiplayer thing or whether it's happening in single player.
Yeah.
It's difficult when it doesn't happen to me, because if I can't replicate it, it's difficult to fix.
Yes. You need to be on longer, I think.
Yeah. Right, let's go to Alpha Centauri. Go to a random planet. Right. Send that one to the helm. Target another one. Which one of those am I targeting? Pick a planet, any planet. So it's still saying target name. Okay, so that's interesting. So where's it getting target name from? Is that the default, I wonder? So there's no chance of that there. So we're pulling those details directly. Right, let's do the same thing here because it's easier to see these ones. Right, if I just set that to sensor target all caps, just so we can make sure it is actually updating that. Set up to close objects. Just want to make sure we're looking at the right bit of code there. Yeah, so sensor target is saying sensor target in all caps, and close object is saying close object. Great. So this is going to be an interesting one, actually. So we're going through the labels themselves. So when we configure the actual object itself, we are doing that here. So is that the close object? No, that's the sensors one. Yeah, so that bit's irrelevant. There's an error on there because that shouldn't ever come up. Which means we don't need those. Unreal's doing this thing it does sometimes where I can't press the delete key, so it doesn't matter how much I mash the delete key, nothing happens. But if I compile, close it, reopen it, hopefully it will let me delete. Yeah, there we go. So literally all that's doing is just assigning that with a temporary name for now, because when we loop through here, we are assigning a proper name, which means we don't need that name there. What we do need though is the galactic coordinates. So I go back to our sensors data a minute. Get the location knowledge. Right, so yeah, so actually on the sensors data, we are only keeping a copy of the currently selected location knowledge, which is no good to us. So we need all of it, basically. Okay, that makes it a little bit more complicated. So we need to get the nav panel. Yeah, so what the sensors do is they update a couple of save files where we store things like the things you've scanned and haven't scanned. So we just need to grab that a minute. Where are we? Not those, not those. Not those. Yeah, right, okay. So essentially this is the global event we're interested in. So we need to bind an event to the exploration data being updated. So on here, essentially we just need, we use this gap here, that will do us. So exploration data updated. Then we're going to bind to exploration data. So most things in the game, in order to be able to pass information between systems, we use global events. They're like event dispatchers but global, and you don't need to cast to the thing doing the event dispatch. It just kind of works globally, removes reference chains, which is always good. Exploration data updated. Right, and then the payload, which we do need to cast to, but that's fine because it doesn't create a reference chain beyond this. And we get our exploration data, which we can then promote to a variable. And yeah, we'll replicate that. Right, so that gives us a working copy of our exploration data, which is constantly updated all the time. Which means now in here we can take our exploration data. We can do a for each loop with a break, and then we need to match the galactic coordinates of the label with the coordinates of the exploration data. And then if that is true, then in this instance we just need the first object in the array, because we know that's always going to be the star. I'll put this in a macro so that it's not clobbering up the graph. Yeah, so basically if that's true, then break the loop. And then yeah, that should be the last one anyway. So do a switch on that. Sorry, no, select on that rather. So that's going to be our macro. Actually, yeah, and if we just output that, that's fine. So let's collapse that to a macro. And gets location range level properly capitalized, because proper capitalization is important, as I keep telling Claire. If there are no matches, it's still going to grab the last item. It's still going to grab the star, which is no good. So let's assign that match, we assign that true. So make that true. That handles our matching logic. And then I'll stick a branch in there, so if it's true, gonna need another local variable here, so local int. Again, assign that 0 to make sure that we're clearing it every time we run the macro. So if it's true, we assign it the value of whatever the knowledge level is. It's false, we just ignore all that. Right, so we've got our exploration data, we've got our location coordinates. If any locations match the locations in the exploration data, then we make that true. We get the star for that one. So obviously we break the loop at this point. I'm pretty sure when you break the loop, you can still access this as the last thing that you touched before breaking the loop. If not, then I'll need to capture that index and get that, but we'll see whether this works first. Yeah, so we assign it true if there's a match. So if there's a match, we assign the knowledge level from our array, otherwise it stays 0 because that's what we assigned it there. Right, that should be that. Where are we? Right, so there's our coordinates, there's our knowledge level. Of course, the other thing we now need, just to be awkward, is the actual name that's knowledge level based. So what we are adding to this particular struct is just the title. I think what we'll add is perhaps the actual object. So when we spawn the child actor, that's the target, don't want that one. That's the labels. Right, okay, so we loop through sector locations. We destroy any existing labels, and then we take our first 10 objects in our sorted array, we grab the details for those. We add a child component with that title. So in actual fact, it's probably easier to do it here. Yeah. So, right, so we take that, pop that back over there, pop that back in there. Right, then at this point, so we can run our macro there. And then run that off of that. So if we select all of that, right across. So this is the basic data that we have. There are two versions of our sector location data. When we first generate it with the Galaxy Gen, we generate like literally the barest minimum amount of data that we can, just to ensure that we're not working with huge data pools when we don't need to. Which means there's very little here to go on. So I think what we'll do, so we'll just pop that in those three, that one in there. Store that as our title. Because we'll also need to work with the Civ data as well. So if this particular star system is home to a particular species, and we know about that because we've met them, then the name of that system needs to reflect the civilization data, but that's a job for a slightly later date. Let's just make sure that that works. So a lot of these are just going to have their base names. Okay. That's fine. Let me just check the Galaxy Gen and see what I'm generating there. Yeah, so we're not differentiating between like a basic M class and like an M2V or something like that. So we've done the groundwork for that now. So right now it doesn't matter how much you've scanned; it's just going to say an M class. But we now have what we need to be able to update that. So we can use our lookup table to derive the full spectral class from the Kelvin temperature value. And then that can update so that when you've actually scanned it, it'll say like M2V, M3V rather than just M class, just to add that extra detail layer. But for now that will suffice. Which takes us back to the nav and sensor target. So it's better that we're checking this at this point, because it captures any updates to that data. Make sure it's not coming up and saying error. Okay, it's coming up with nothing. That's interesting. Same for Barnard Star, I assume. Okay. Let's target Mars a minute. Right, okay, so that one is just saying target name. Right, okay, so it's treating those separately. Right, yes, because that label's coming from a different place. That's why. Because we've got the live star field, which is all the real world stars around the ship. And then we've actually got this one, which has the two labels there. So this one needs to be updated separately for the other one, which is why we've got that coming up there. So fortunately, we've already hooked up the census data, so that's good. Let's just plug that in there just to be sure. And again, this should be replicating. No, so that definitely needs to replicate. Which means we'll replicate this. So this should be technically easier to sort out. So just need to go to our selected location knowledge. Okay. Break that. So that's all the knowledge for all the planets within that system. We just need to work out which one we are talking about. the same deal again, really. So we do a for each loop on that. So the idea of that matches the seed on that, so that is equal to that. Before we do the loop, if we set that to unknown, so that'll be the defaults. And then we'll set that to the actual name should it match, otherwise it'll stay as unknown. I will tidy all this up afterwards. I'm assuming within, yeah, so we're taking that from there, which is what we're setting there, and we're plumbing that into there. Right, let's just see whether that works a minute. So right now it just said Mars, and then if we select Mars, it should now say Mars. Okay, unknown. So that tells us it's not getting a match on that loop. So it's picking up. Where are we? Yeah, so it's basically it's getting this far, and then it's not finding a match on here. Let's just try matching the object ID a minute, because I thought we were using the seed for that, but perhaps not. I'll go and verify in a sec. Let's just target Mars. Still unknown, yeah, okay. Alright then. Where are we? Sector location generator. Yeah, so we're definitely using the seed and not the object ID at this point. We'll start using this when we do a tree structure to the data. So that's when we add things like moons and moons of moons and multi-stars and that sort of thing. That's when that will come into play. But for now, we are just using the seed. So was confused then because it's because I've renamed it, so it's why it's not the same there. Yeah, so we're definitely correctly using the seed. Then the question is, why does that not match that? Because it should be knowledge level 3 already, being that it's the solar system. So let's see if we can debug this in now. So object seed is seed 1. And then our explored ID is seed 2. So seed 1 goes into there, seed 2 goes into there. Let's make this a lovely yellow colour. Right, and we'll see whether we get any matches or not. So when I click Mars, that should come up in yellow. Okay, which it is not. So that should be firing every time I click on something on the sensors. Let's get rid of that other bit of debug spam we had a second. Where was that? There. Don't need that. Done that thing again where delete stopped working. Be gone. Just tidy that up a bit. Should stop that spam, and then we'll only get the spam we want to get. Right, so there's a whole bunch of sensors updates there, and they should update every time I click something. So Mars, sensors updated. Okay, so we're definitely firing that. Which means that's definitely firing, which means that loop should definitely be firing. Unless unless that is empty. I mean, that's always possible. Shouldn't be, but let's see. Okay, so that's why the loop's not firing, because there's literally nothing in the array. Hey, RX. Yeah, it's all broke. Right, so that is interesting. Hang on, I got an idea a minute. Is this because I'm just running on a test map? If we go, let's go to Alpha Centauri. So we've got a whole bunch of stuff there. What did I target? Yeah, that one down there. Right, so right now it says unknown. And it correctly says unknown, because I haven't scanned it yet. So when I perform the scan, we should then have knowledge for that location. So we shall see. That's interesting. So I had to come out of it to get the details. Okay, so that class 1 gas giant then should have a label. Yeah, it still says unknown. See, that's interesting. It's showing 0 again. Okay, but we are getting details there. And none of that matches anything. Oh no, that one. No, it is matching that one. Okay. Right, so we do have a match. Okay, we have a match for the star. It's definitely saying Alpha Centauri, which means do we have a match the one we were looking at? Ah, yes, we do. Okay. Right, so it's definitely working on there, which means that this is not being updated on the medium range sensors themselves. Okay, I'm going to do a deep dive on that off stream because I think I'm going to have to pull some bits apart. But this is working on the long range, so we know this bit works. It's the medium range not passing that data through, basically. I just want to double check that a sec. Definitely a bug hunt. Right, so medium range, we're not pulling any data for the exploration, but if I go to long range, obviously I have done no data. However, that one should see, yeah, so like the Sol system's been explored, so we've got data there. Alright then, and then nothing there. Well, that's interesting. So now we've been to the long range, it has actually pushed that through, but yeah, there's a mismatch between the medium and long range when it comes to sharing the exploration data, so I just need to dig into that and find out what's going on. Shouldn't be anything too dramatic.
I'm going to add that to the ticket.
I'll add it to this. Add it to the book using our Starsim pen.
He likes his pen.
Yeah, and my drink's on a Starsim coaster. Just just to be brand boy. Oh, I should have my Starsim mug handy.
T-shirt.
That's true, actually. Okay. So, now that we've done that, let's so that bug there and that bug there are basically the same problem, and we fixed half of it. Oh, actually, is that the same one as well? Do we have 3 bugs with the same thing? Oh no, that's a different one. So let's just see if we can replicate this a minute. Yeah, a few weeks back, Claire actually hosted the stream. Only for a few minutes, but still. I have to see if I can get her to do it again.
Yeah, no.
Where on earth am I? Right, let's pick that one. Oh, not that one because it's a double one. That one. So it says 31.38 light years. 31.38 light years. 31.38 light years. Let's face the ship at it. 31.38 light years. And 31.38 light years. Okay, so that matches that, which matches them. And that. Okay, so they're all matching. Star was found at the science station, sent to navigation. The nav console showed the correct distance, but the nav target outside the window showed that one. Oh, I see. Thank you, Seamus.
Seamus's fault last time.
Oh, was it?
Sure.
Well done, Seamus.
I'd need a lot more than that to dance or sing.
I was going to say, how much to dance?
A lot more. And some of that alcohol.
Yeah. That's it, yeah. Can't go back now.
I sat in front of it and I petrified when he talked English.
It was funny watching you sat here.
I don't think my heart could take another one. What if I wave a hand from the right instead? Or both?
Well, to be doing it from both, you have to be stood in front of it.
Get behind the chair.
What about a foot reveal? Just stick your foot in. Who locked the door? That's interesting.
The eyes really need to be open.
Oh, I see. It wasn't set to auto. It's a nice planet. Right. So we're going to test a bug here. Oh, I've got the old console off bug. See, that should have fixed itself after a couple of seconds. Sorry, PT88, no. See, Seamus has donated twice now. I mean, that's it. You're done. You got to do it.
I promise nothing for the next one.
Right. Okay, so that star is 1.41 light years away. It's interesting. The holo display is not showing anything. Anyway, so 1.41 light years. I can't test that because it's broke. 1.41 light years. And if I face the ship towards it. Okay, 1.41 light years. Let's try another one. That's not a simple one. 3 light years. Centre helm. 3 light years. And the label at the window should also say 3 light years. Does that say 3 light years for you? Target dead ahead?
Yes.
Does it say 3 light years on the UI? But which one's you?
Yes. We're all me.
Okay. So I don't think that is a bug anymore. When was this raised? It was only raised like a few days ago. Alright. I'm going to set it back to QA as unable to reproduce because I can't reproduce it. I think so, yeah. Is Delta around?
Yeah.
Oh, right. We'll get Claire and Scotty to churn on that one a little bit more. So star listing on sensors is extremely laggy for clients. That's because clients are transferring the whole of the list over the network rather than generating it locally. Fixable, but too much work for doing on stream. So that is set up to replicate and just isn't, so I need to look into that a bit more. Oh yeah, let's fix this stupid proxy ball thing. So basically, when you look out of the window, all these stars you can see, these are coloured spheres. So they're very low poly spheres which change their scale over distance so that they all appear the same size in the sky. So as you're moving the ship around, you get the parallax of stars moving past the ship. So they're basically proxies, they're placeholders for the actual star system. What should happen is when we arrive at a star system, the little proxy ball is replaced by the actual star, and that happens at half a light year away. What happens sometimes, however, is the little proxy doesn't disappear, so we end up like with this big ball bouncing around the ship because of floating point errors. So let's, if we pick that, I guess. You know, I don't think my game thinks I am where the ship is. Interestingly. Let's just go to the star. Oh, someone turned off the reactor. Yep. So we've got good temperatures, coils are online, waiting for a vacuum. Alright, it's nearly working. Just waiting for the vacuum. Okay, reactor is online, it's in supply mode. That's all good. Okay, good. So of course the thing I've targeted is like super dim, so that doesn't really help us. Let's go for an M class instead. Right, so that little ball there, that should disappear when we get to half a light year away. And you'll notice the closer we approach, because of floating point errors, it will start to wobble around, which is one of the things that we are going to be fixing with the next galaxy overhaul. So it worked that time. Shouldn't be getting that big actually. Okay, so on that occasion, nothing went wrong, which is always nice. Survey on the move. That looked unfortunate.
That is what's going to happen if you're roaming about in space.
That's true, that's true. looks all right.
Wobbly star only happens every now and then.
Yeah,
Wobbly ball even.
that's the problem with those intermittent bugs, is they're a nightmare to catch. Ugh.
Said you were going to retexture it, was it not?
Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to change it so that you can't see it if it's like a certain distance away. And to do that, we need to go in. We need to find it first, I suppose. So, nice Starfield, star mesh. So that's the material. Okay, so we're doing a scene depth check on this, just to make sure that they don't render in front of stuff, because obviously they are relatively close to the ship, in order for them to not get too big. So technically they can be in front of planets, in front of windows, so this just ensures that they render behind everything. However, there also needs to be a distance component on that as well, so they need to have zero opacity if they get too close to the ship. They should never ever 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 get too close to the ship, but if they do for any reason, then they should be invisible. Why is that opening in a new tab? So, because I can't remember off the top of my head how to do that, I shall just grab the rings material, because I did it on that one. There we go. Basically, we're just masking the world position of the material. And I'm doing a sphere mask around the ship itself. So this is where we're telling it how far away it should draw. So it doesn't seem far enough to me, but let me just test it with a test ball. Sphere, there we go. I'd say that's probably already far enough away. Let's just is it doing it the other way? No, we're good. That doesn't seem right at all. Let me make this smaller a minute. I have a feeling that's rendering using the hollow display. Issue. Or will it? No, we're right. Okay, that's weird. So one of the reasons we couldn't have stars and other things masked on the shutters on the windows is because the glass was doing some crazy stuff with custom stencils, and having a custom stencil messes with opacity if you've got lots of things, different layers, and something similar is happening here. Which might be okay if the stars are still visible. But I'm going to have a suspicion they're not. Yeah, those are the fake ones. If we turn those off. So we're not seeing the actual stars. Means that is wrong. How else can I do this? If I try this a minute. So if the length of that vector is higher than, say, 500, so that should be 500 centimeters from the center of the bridge. So if it's higher than that, or equal to that, it can be that. Otherwise, it'll be 0. So that, I think, means it'll be invisible if it's within 5 meters of the center of the bridge. Let's just give that a try a minute. Thanks, CSI. I shall have a look. See ya, PT88. Okay, so we see stars, lots of stars. Okay, good. So, how does our sphere work? Right, okay, so it's visible there. Oh, of course, because it's set to always render behind everything, so of course it's going to render behind everything, isn't it? So if we are within 5 meters, it should disappear. Oh yeah, there we go. So it's disappeared now because we're too close. Right, okay, so if we bring that out there. Right, let's set that to 15,000. That should be 15 meters. So it's invisible. And as we move outwards, it should become visible. So basically any closer than that and it's invisible, which tells us that we make that even bigger. Oops. So that's made that pretty big. Actually, so I believe that's 100 meters away. So basically the balls should be completely invisible if they ever get closer than that, which means you should not have bouncy balls all over the ship anymore. And if they're still visible, we can just update this value and push them further away. Was easy enough to fix. Obviously, to fix it properly, we'd find out why it sometimes lingers around in the first place, but it's so intermittent that it's easier just to make it invisible, just to be absolutely sure. Okay, bug fixed. Well, bug swept under the rug, which is as good as a fix. Right. Right. So this one is because it's still showing inhabited worlds, even though we've removed that from the filter list. So is it on here? Or is it on the widget? That is the question. Let's just have a look at the logic for that a minute. Hey Zoctobox, welcome back. Right, so do that. Right, law object filter, which is none of that stuff. Okay, so all we're actually doing is we're doing our basic refresh of the sensors, which we'll do on here, so that comes through to here, goes on to here, goes down here. So refresh basic, that's that one. Position, blah 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 blah. Right, so this is the logic. This is where it's breaking, and I can see exactly why. It's because that should not be there. So what we're doing is we're basically saying, if the string that we're matching is equal to, as in the primary object string is equal to the filter string, or we're in show all mode, then show that object. And what we did have is or if the sieve data is not empty, which is i.e. show all the inhabited planets. I was using that as a debug mode so I could see clustering of inhabited worlds. But that should stop that from happening. So if we filter the star listing, we should no longer have any non-listed stars on there. So A class is only the A class, F is only the F. Let's increase our range of it so we can see. Should be no O's, only a few B's. No red planets yet. No black holes near Sol. Yeah, so fixed did. That was nice and quick. That's the kind of bug fixing I like. Check SketchUp for that one a minute, because it's basically these See, that's not out of place on there at all. I see. They're all joined up on the same map. See whether that actually moved then, so I just need to turn on, which I can't do because I don't have the mesh handy. Just need to change levels a minute. Oh, starting to get a numb bum. Yeah, I do. You're practically horizontal. They're lined up now. Can't see the forward ones, but it's the same mesh, so it should be good. Alright then, that's that one fixed. Another really simple one. You're welcome. Let's just make sure that they're animating properly because they look a bit slow there. If you mean the real world stars, Chris, it comes from the Gaia dataset. And the data's been pulled from oh no, I can't remember. It is the Gaia dataset, and there was a database that it got pulled from, and I can't remember the name of it. But I shall look it up in a sec. Engines. Oh. Let me fix my walls. How can you not like that though? Shiny and black, especially down on like these decks. Don't know what it is about the shiny black floors, they just look good. They're not wet, they're polished. By RB84, wherever he is. There he is. polishing his little heart out. Yeah, polish. It does, Delta, I agree. Probably why I like them so much. Yeah, they're looking good, and then if we put the brakes on... Looks like they're lined up. Nice. Oh, that's another thing actually, just the camera. In fact, the camera can go inside the ship like that. Just need to tweak the spring arm length just so it kind of stops about there. Just to keep it clean. That would be on, weirdly enough, the helm chair. So, spring arm length, if I step that to, should be 30 meters. It's probably not long enough actually, let's make it 50. To come out just a little bit further. Hang on, what mesh is that? That's keel fin test layout, because if I load that into my test map, then we won't need to keep running the whole game. Class meshes test. sections lined up properly as well. And then we want to make that, to try 70 meters. Oh, hang on a minute. I just realised what I'm doing. I'm setting the default arm length, not the minimum arm length. So yeah, so the minimum, that's the one we're interested in. So if we set that to 30 and 30. So that's too far away. So that's 100. It's weird, that can't be in centimeters then, because that's like miles away. Right, let's set that to 20 and 20. Sorry, this is a bit of trial and error, this. Ooh, practically there though. Okay, so if that's 20 of whatever those units are, I reckon maybe 17 or 18? So if we set, where was that default? That was there, set that to 25. Then we'll set the minimum to, I reckon 18. Let's give that a whirl. Okay, so that's the default zoom. That's acceptable, I would say. So this is the default zoom. So when you go straight to the outside view, this is how far away the camera would be. And then the minimum it can go is there. It's a little bit too close. I'd say maybe 18 and a half. Because we want the camera to get as close as possible so that you can actually see the details without actually penetrating the hull. Yeah, I had that conversation with Claire because, yes, it's nice to have an external camera that you can zoom right in on, but you can't have one without also colliding inside the ship. So I think the solution is just to use the drone cameras. We do have drone cameras, so it makes sense to use those if you want to do close-up inspections. this will do it. Right, so there's the defaults, and the closest zoom is there. Which pretty much gives you everything you need and doesn't quite collide with there, so you can't get any closer than that. I'm looking forward to doing these engines in a lot more higher poly, with a lot more detail, so they don't look quite so silly. They're just a bit undetailed.
They're plain. They're great. We like them. All of us Claires really like them.
Well, I'm glad all the Claires like them, but it's like I haven't done anything on the inside edge there. That all needs radiators and details and pipes, and the engine bells are like crazy low poly.
That's alright. We don't have any rooms inside the ship, so we're all good.
Yeah. But yeah, there it goes. The camera cannot collide with the ship. Yeah, you're right, Space Viking. There are so many just little stupid fiddly things that you have to do. Okay, so that's that one resolved. Ooh, I do like seeing some green on there. Okay, so pressing H in the server menu is because we've got the ability to hide the HUD when starting up the game. Let's see if we can sort that one out. And for that, we'll change to the main menu. Ah, you're welcome, Firstus. Yeah, it's nice actually to be able to get really, really, really slow, especially on much smaller worlds like Pluto. So, an undocumented Easter egg is that on the main menu you can press H and hide the menu just so you can have what is basically a screensaver, which I thought was quite cool. However, cool though that is, in multiplayer, if you wanted to host a game, you can't press H. Said Claire. Claire, I can press H. You said I couldn't press H, but I can press H, because look, I'm pressing H.
Well, I don't know now then.
Can you press H?
I'm not that leaving the game.
Oh, yeah, good point. Hang on, I'll try
I'll
it.
have to check it again.
So I'll try it on the live build. I have it right here, so I may as well use it. Let's hope that just magically fixed itself, because that would be good.
I checked it loads of times.
Yeah, I can press H.
Oh, I don't know.
Well,
Magic.
even more magic, that if you don't have anything highlighted, you can still hide the menu, but you can still press H in the thing. So something I did is, with Unreal Engine 5, Epic released like an all-in-one UI system which has loads of helper functions, like with a controller. If you're pressing up and down on controllers, it has a second mouse, like a virtual mouse that's hidden in the background, which is moved to whatever in focus UI element is in focus. But of course, as you're trying to move the mouse around, every time you touch the controller, it's going, ooh, that's the thing in focus, I need to be over here. So it's constantly doing this as you're trying to move the mouse around, which is why we had a problem for so long with controllers plugged in. It's all ultimately Epic's fault. So I removed their plugin, which does that. It's the common UI plugin. And that's completely fixed it, but I'm also wondering whether that's maybe solved other problems, like the fact that you couldn't press H here, but you now can. However, the common UI plugin being removed might have caused the problem you were having with not being able to use the chat box properly. But it certainly fixed this, so I'm taking the win on that one. Which means we can just go ahead and immediately close this ticket. When we did that. Removal of the common plugin seems to fix it. I can press H happily in the multiplayer text boxes. H button works to hide code. Used. Great, fixed. Yeah, so the issue we have is that obviously, with the type of game this is, we want like HOTAS support and everything for sitting at the helm. So in that instance, you do need the mouse and the HOTAS active at the same time. And what the common UI does, or the whole point of it, was to make life easier when setting up controllers, but it does things in the background which it thinks it's being helpful with, and it's it being helpful which was causing the problems. Like you. It was being too helpful and like messing stuff up. I mean, it's really easy to move the mouse pointer to the current active UI element. So I don't know why a background virtual mouse was needed for that, but we'll see. When I actually add controller support, I'll probably miss it. So mouse sensitivity being inverted, XY inversion, is going to have the same problem as the chairs, and then it's going to load the local setting and not the client setting in multiplayer. So I'll leave that one for now, fix the chairs, and then fix that with the same fix, because they're basically the same thing. The text on the holo display, is it still flickering everywhere?
Didn't notice it.
Okay.
Wasn't that the text above people's heads, so names and things was flickering?
I thought it was the holo display, but I'll come and join you and we can test it. Yeah, the biggest challenge with controller support is mapping the raw input from things like a HOTAS to in-game functions, because it doesn't just accept it like an Xbox controller. It's all done by raw input. Props, okay. Chinos. Is that you outside?
Yep.
Is that you over there?
Yeah.
Okay. can't see the name of it. Oh, because I'm not highlighting it. Yeah, it's fine. No, it won't be prop names because prop names are 2D, they're not 3D.
Says on the ticket. Clients experience flickers of labels and objects. For example, tablets.
Well, if you're like not highlighting it properly, maybe, but
I remember it happening. I remember it great.
so your name is perfectly stable for me. I'm assuming my name is perfectly stable for you.
Yes.
Okay. Like the name. Oh, it's like the dance of the tablets. Right, so this is the rest of the stream. Just me and Claire doing this.
Yeah, I mean the wording's fine for me.
Great.
And then it was a client problem. So.
Yeah, well, I am client in this scenario.
Think of anything else?
Yeah, bring up the long-range sensors and show me some star names. Sensor slave.
We did fix this one.
I can't actually see anything on the holo display.
Lovely. Well, we can fix that one.
Yeah. What are you seeing on your screen?
Long range.
Oh, okay. You seeing it turned off?
Yep.
Seeing it back on?
Yep.
Okay. Go to medium range. Alright, yeah, so that's a weird one. Because that was working perfectly. Like a week ago.
We don't have that ticket, do we?
No, because that's never been a problem before. I think I'd like to try that with a fresh game before I go ticketing it, because it could just be something that's messed up.
Okie dokie.
But no, these labels on here, they are completely stable and not flickering or anything. Your name is perfectly stable and not flickering. So I would say that that is not an issue. Don't know where the cat went. But every other label for like objects are they're rendered in 2D, so that couldn't possibly be the problem. Oh yeah, just work out why plants are going for tables. I'll do that real quick actually.
Let's change the name of the pot plant as well.
What's wrong with pot plant?
Cannabis lovers. Love it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pass this back as unable to reproduce because
Sure, well, if we just restart one after, just give it a quick check and make sure it doesn't. Well, things rarely fix themselves over a long period of time. As you break from the list. So
yeah.
if you can pass it as fixed.
Well, there's a couple of important points here. Object labels such as props are 2D and rendered in the screen space, so it cannot flicker unless the line tracks to the object. broken, in which case that would probably also be happening in single layer. Player and NPC names, however, are 3D objects and turn to face the client on tick. So if anything were to occur, it would be that. I can't see it happening as I am so more testing is needed. Probably a little bit verbose for a bug ticket, but there we go.
How unusual for you.
Yes. Verbose is my middle name. Sir Verbose. Oh yeah, pot plant. Right, what's wrong with these ear tables then? Why is the table a chair?
The great philosophical question.
Yeah. When is a table a chair? When it's set to a chair, clearly. There was a reason I set it to that. Can't remember why now, but it should just be set to block all. That will solve that little problem. Out of interest, does that also set as a chair? Why is it set to ignore chairs? That might be a throwback to a previous issue where the chairs were like blocked by the tables and things when you couldn't properly sit at a table because the table was being blocked. But that should be right now. It will just. Why don't we find out right now?
That's the plan now, Tom. We'll see.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, the nav mesh goes onto the tables, so we definitely want the cat to be able to jump up on the table, sleep on the table, knock things off the table, like what proper cats should do. And the other thing is because we've got a light detection plugin, we can detect sunbeams, and I bet you can guess where that's going. Okay, number one ball. Solved. Yep. I am sat in a chair. Go and grab a wheelie chair because I really like them. Oh. want to see... Yeah, all good, I would say. Did you raise that as a bug? Yeah, there we go. And another one fixed. What were these ones you read? GDEX snap guide visible when lights are off. Ooh, did I put them on the wrong level? Let's get rid of some junk in it. So there are no snap guides on there. There's a suspiciously missing bit there. Ah, there it is. Okay. Fixed.
Let's move your little head over.
A little head? What little head?
A couple of menus on the top and right hand side.
Oh,
Boxes,
where do you want my head?
left hand side.
Oh no, that's the whole window.
What did you move that?
Right, you want me over there? But people won't know that it's cloudy if I put it over there. Just put me down there. Alright.
No one cares if it's cloudy.
Well, if they get rained on, it's not my fault.
Weird seeing you on that side. I don't know if I like.
Yeah, see, do you want me to move it back? It's true though, I mean, all the menu action happens over on this side. So there's a lot of times I'll be working like on stuff and you can't see it, so. I don't think we ever have anything in the bottom left really. So yeah.
Move back in.
Yeah.
Move.
Put it right in the middle. Next. Right, so let's go through these again in a minute. So sensor lines are inverted. Yes, that's going to be a pain in the ass to fix because it's like 3D vector math, and that's too confusing to think about on stream. That one I will fix off stream. That one's a nightmare. That's going to take a while to fix, I expect. That one's probably something silly. That's the same as that other one. That's probably not going to be a difficult one to fix, but it is going to be time consuming because I've got to move all the layers and things around. So best done off stream. That's going to require a multiplayer fix. That's basically a new feature that needs adding. That I need to generate a small black hole on the bridge. the solar systems, wasn't it? Yeah. Let's have a look at it. New tab. Right. So go back to my test map a minute. Oh yeah, they appear 2 miles away. How far from home am I? Worryingly close, considering I can't see anything. Don't know. Well, we're at Earth. We may as well start with that one. So, surface map. Okay, oh yeah, it just took a while to generate. Okay, we might need a placeholder image while it's doing that. Okay, well, Earthworks. Let's go from Mercury and work our way around. Mercury.
Did you take that long for me?
It's always a bit different when you're doing it in the editor. It is also loading an 8K texture, so that's probably something to do with it.
Get rid of that cross-section button as well.
Oh yeah, I do. So I think
Thanks.
I think what's happening here is that the holo display version of that. See, that is two-sided, so it should render it, but it's probably not emissive on that side, which is why it's rendering black. Let's just try the others and see whether they're all like it. No, I didn't want to do that. This is why we need a cancel button. Wait for that to finish a minute. See, this is why developers should play their own games, so that you get annoyed at the same stuff that other people are getting annoyed at.
Kind of one of the number one rules for us, really, isn't it? You don't just build stuff and stick it out.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. Venus is showing a cloud layer that shouldn't be there, and it's a weird colour. How does that look good?
Nice.
See, that is correctly Venus. With its day-night what's-its. I think what's happening is it's the material that it's rendering that's messing up there. Let's have a quick look a minute. Galaxy system, where are you? Right. Start from the beginning. So Mercury. Mercury sensors. Okay. That's hollow. Okay, and what's the parent? I missed a tick box maybe. Let's just check Earth. So we've got sensors Earth, which is not ticked for the hollow display, is inside out. It's using the same parent. Okay. So we have no clouds texture, no structures mask. Same as that one. Same master material. So there's nothing actually different between them at all. Okay. So that's just that. Are we even using that, or are we using that one? No, that's all fine. So they're all using that, at least they should be. So Earth. Hang on, is that inheriting from that? Planet textured, yes it is. So that's a child of that. So one would assume that Mercury is also a child of that. Okay. So they both inherit from the same class, which means all the code is happening on here. Oh, okay, perhaps we're loading the wrong material. Is that used anywhere? No, could be gone. Right, so hollow texture is hollow Earth. That's the planet material. Yada yada yada. All good. And then Mercury. Yeah, so it's just using that material. That's using that material. on, something's sinking in somewhere. So we're missing this switch. Does that therefore mean and that would be why, actually, that's why it's not rendering, because we're not checking to see whether it should be fully opaque. We're checking whether or not it's within the hollow display. If it's outside of the hollow display, it should be completely see-through, unless it's not set for the hollow display, in which case it's fully opaque at all times. So we weren't setting that. However, the material we were using wasn't using this one. So mercury hollows that, and then the material instance. Okay, it's using that. Which might make that bit redundant, to be honest. So let's have a look at the sensors a minute. So I just need to go through the logic chain of how we are actually generating that 2D texture, because I have a suspicion we're not specifying the right materials somewhere. Storing any there. So short range, those are all just those. So open map. Generate texture. So that's going to drive. That's going to drive a function on here, in there. So generate texture. Oh, okay, so we're doing it in here. Right, so when we replicate the sensors data, we do that additional check to see whether we're generating the planet texture. Okay, that's just firing the settings at it. So we're sending that over to our planet painter. So if it's a manual texture, BP planet texture, which okay. Right, and they are all child classes of that, so we are forcing manual texture, which means the end of the breadcrumb trail is this little box down here called the texture gen, which is that whole meta thing where we've got like a physical server rack that will be in the game generating planet textures, which is just funny. Okay, so we're actually probably doing this via an interface. So generate material. Right, so if manual texture is true, we follow this track. So custom materials. Custom material sensors. So these are all the materials we are loading. So that's that one. And they all inherit from the same master material. So there is no logical reason whilst it wouldn't load that. So that's the 2D image on the sensors. That's the actual holo display. The same ID. So we're taking our planet seed and we're comparing the seed against our map value. And then we are loading material, which we do here. And then we apply that material. So the requesting actor in that instance is that one there, which was there. So the source actor is that. And then on here we are again following the logic trail. We'll be implementing an event on that one. Apply material, which is there. Right, so we apply the material to our sphere, which is hiding up above the bridge, which is only visible to scene capture. We then do a 360 scene capture of the inside of that sphere to generate our 2D texture. But as far as I can see, everything is working exactly as it should. So don't know, Zoak. Might have done. Thank you, Joan. I appreciate it. Right, let's close some of this unnecessary stuff a minute so that I'm not getting blinded by all the extra things that we don't need. Yeah, I was thinking something similar, Aaron, but it works for Earth, which is the weird thing. We are getting so we were getting a compilation warning, but not anymore. So we've definitely populated all the right materials. So that's good. And just to confirm to myself that these are in fact soft references, yeah. Storing all those 8K textures as a hard reference would be madness. So they're all soft references. And then we do the async load. We were doing an async load, and then we switched to do blocking instead because we want to make sure that it doesn't actually do anything until it's finished. So although we could do it, hang on, let's do this async again and have that come off the completed pin. I wonder whether that cast was failing. Let's just give ourselves a nice error. Yes, I shall be putting this out after the stream, which will be in a minute actually, because it's almost 4 hours. I can visibly hear Claire falling asleep next to me.
Pretty much.
Right, so Earth, surface map. See, that one came up instantly, which I'm assuming is because it might have been cached already. Is that white or is it? Yeah, it's just white. I was wondering whether that was Venus. So if we look at it a second time, I bet it works. Or not. Interesting though. The opposite problem. Okay, let's head on over to let's go to Pluto because it has interesting surface details. So yeah, I think this probably is an execution order issue. So even though we're firing the completion off of a delayed completion pin. So hang on, let's move that over there. So obviously that shouldn't fire until the texture is loaded, in which case it should apply the material. Why don't we test that?
Stand up and show aren't you?
It says, surely not everybody was kung fu fighting. It's silly, but I like it. couple of debugs there just to see where it's stopping in the process. I suppose we should also take it one step further back. Get rid of these extra tabs a minute. Make sure it's actually finding a match. Earth. So it immediately captured the scene, like before I click the button. So short range, hasn't done it. Click the planet, immediately does it. Okay. So it's already done the work before I even press the button, and then does it again. Interesting. Did it do it twice? So once there. So I guess it's doing it once for that material, once for this one. Okay. So it's making all the right noises. Right, so it's definitely doing that. So it's definitely finding the match. It's definitely making an effort to do that. I think, if I recall rightly, this didn't work async because we're pulling it from a because we're referencing it from a function, which is an event which has time attached to it, and you can't do timers in functions. I think that's why that was failing. So we know the cast is working, so and again we can't put a delay node on there. But that shouldn't continue until the asset is loaded, and it is a valid asset, otherwise that would fail. So the only place we can apply any kind of delay would be on here, which we are. Let's make that like a mad delay, a whole second. Let's see whether or not that does it. See, this works fine for non-static textures. And I think this is a loading time thing, because they're 8K textures. I think that's all it is. So there's Earth. Which comes up instantly. Yeah. So we need to stop it adding clouds when there are none. Okay, so that's all the data we have for Pluto, which is why it's all garbled on one side. That's literally all the data that exists. What I might do actually is use Photoshop's generative fill to do the backside of Pluto, because we've never seen it anyway. Probably wouldn't hurt. But it doesn't explain that. Do they? That's interesting. Alright, here's something else then. Yeah, it's not a zoomed in issue. It's definitely not capturing the ball properly. I mean, I could, just to rule it out for a minute, if I just force this to always have, or always be opaque rather. We were talking about this as well, about making that yellow rather than red, because people think it's lava, and that does seem to be a consistent thing where people get confused over it. That being the text signatures. Short range Earth surface map. Yeah, so with text signatures on, when it was red, people just immediately think it's lava. Hopefully yellow, it's kind of like obviously something else. And it kind of looks like city lights, so I suppose that works as well. Okay, so that was interesting. So because we have obviously a flashing material there, you can see that it's updating. So after a second, it updates. If I catch it at the right time. Not going to do it now. Ah, there we go. Yeah, so after a second, it updated. So that would be the second delay that we applied. So it is refreshing after the update, which is what we want it to do. Yeah, I'm all for that. I'm happy to send a probe to Pluto. Might take a while. Ooh. Okay. I'm slightly confused, but okay. So it's loading the Earth data from somewhere. I mean, at least we've got our Pluto map, but... So I'm assuming that's probably the same for all the planets. Yeah, it is. So I bet you we can turn on Earth lights, yeah, and Earth clouds. Alright, so there's a material mismatch, basically. That's what's going on there. So the reason that this wasn't appearing, or rather the reason it was appearing black, was because on here we were running this check, like, is it the holo display? Now obviously when we're passing that through on here, where's the planet painter? That one. So when we're doing this check, we are choosing these materials, i.e. these ones, so like sensors, Earth and Mars sensors, Mercury sensors. Yeah, that was definitely unticked for holo display, so it was coming up as false, and yet it wasn't picking that one there. I'm guessing it might have been using the default. Definitely not ticked. It also doesn't explain why it's picking Earth's cloud textures or lights, because we specifically have none selected. So again, is it actually sending true through to there each time? In which case it's pulling off these ones. But then doesn't have the clouds or structures either. Don't know, I'm confused. So I think I'm gonna leave it there, go have a cup of tea, think about it, and yeah, have another look with a clearer brain. But at least I know what's causing it, and I know that to fix it, all we need to do is do that. Immediately fixes it, but I'd like to know why before I mark it as fixed. Well, on that happy note, thank you once again, everyone, for joining us on this long debugging stream, and thank you for everyone that helped us debug in-game. And thank you for Claire, who is half asleep in her chair now. We've kept her up too late. This
is way past my bedtime.
Yeah, it is almost 12:30 at night for us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Firstus. It is Wednesday, Firstus.
Chris just needs to go to bed too.
Yeah, too late for you as well. Which reminds me, I need to put the bins out because bank holidays and all. All right, have a good one, everyone. So I won't see you on Sunday's stream because we're at PitCon. If you're at PitCon in the UK, then we'll see you there. If you're not, then the next stream will not be until Wednesday. Although we will post the PitCon stream, and you'll see me giving a presentation. So hopefully that's all live and we've got the URL to it and everything promptly. But we'll sort that out.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on our socials. We will post it everywhere. So yes, no stream on Sunday, but probably a PitCon stream. So yeah, keep an eye open for that. All right, have a good one, everyone. Bye for now.